Ladies and gentlemen. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, could I have your attention, please? I have two very special gentlemen that I'd like to introduce to you, and that I'm going to invite them in for a coffee. Here, Nelson, could you get us some coffees? Yeah. Coffee with Jay with no coffee. Yeah, just bring everybody. Tell everybody we're going to start. Yeah, just black coffees. This way. So we'll do some opening remarks here first, and then I'll invite you into the cottage here for some coffee. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name's Jay Myers. I'm the CEO of Next Generation Manufacturing Canada, and I can't tell you how pleased I am to be able to welcome you all to Hannover 2024. All of our Canadian delegates, Canadian exhibitors, and of course, all of our guests here who are going to be visiting the Canadian pavilions here in Hall 7, 17, 12, and 13. We're really excited to be here. C'est un grand plaisir de vous accueillir ici pour Hanovre 2024 et surtout à l'année prochaine 2025. 2025 is going to be the big year, but we have 82 Canadian exhibitors that I hope everybody will have a chance to take a look at around the fair, and of course many other companies who are also present here at the fair. So meet a Canadian and have fun. It's my pleasure now to introduce to you Ambassador John Horgan, who has some opening remarks. John.
Boom. Thank you, Jay, and greetings, Canadians, friends of Canada. Those are here in one of 4 Canadian pavilions, the largest number ever at Hannover Messe, the largest fair of its kind on the planet. I was told that when I arrived in December to be the Botschafter, the ambassador from Canada to Berlin and Germany, but I didn't believe it until I drove in this morning and kept driving and driving and driving and driving and still driving before we walked and walked and walked and walked. And to be surrounded by so many innovators, so many people coming together to bring their ideas, their creativity, their engineering, and their wisdom from Canada to Germany and to the world is truly inspiring. It is great to see so many people with smiles on their faces, hope in their hearts, and an opportunity, quite frankly, to tell the world how extraordinary we Canadians are. And of course, very humble. I'm certain we need to mention that. And before we get too far along, I want to apologize because that's just what we do. So for anyone listening, we're sorry. Let's move on. Thank you very much. As Jay said, over 80 exhibitors this year, and next year, 2025, Canada will be partnering here, replacing the great Norwegian presentation that we saw this morning. Canada will be the hit of the show. I welcome you all back next year when we're going to double the number of companies. I don't know if we'll double the number of pavilions because there's an awful lot of pavilions here. But we're pretty excited about it. And I think as you walk around and you see your colleagues and your peers and your competitors, you're going to see just groundbreaking innovation, whether it be AI, robotics, anything that has to do with making the world a better place using our minds, our hands, and our hearts is happening right here. And what better place to be from than from Canada? From coast to coast to coast, we're represented with innovators that got their start, hopefully, in Canadian post-secondary institutions, that got their opportunity to commercialize their ideas through investments by Canadian investors. We're here to find more investment. We're here to find more markets. And as Canadians, we're welcomed wherever we go. As I travel around Germany talking to investors, I remind them that we have trade agreements in Canada with virtually every other country on the planet. Access to Europe, access to North America, access to the Asia Pacific. Canada is the place to be. You'll all know that we're not Americans. We're unapologetic about that. That's one thing we don't say sorry for. But we also know our American cousins better than anyone else on the globe. We have had the longest undefended border. I know I shouldn't talk about borders in an election year in the U.S., but the longest undefended border, no walls, a few bridges, a couple of customs stops, but not too many, just enough to make it inconvenient if you want to go border shopping. And I think that's important. Pay your taxes in Canada and your carbon taxes. I put a pitch in for that. Is that okay? But as we look to the future, people are looking to Canadian innovators to make that future cleaner, make that future greener. Just a few weeks ago, my team was in Hamburg with Minister Wilkinson signing an agreement to bring green hydrogen from Canada to Germany to start that energy transformation that's so desperately needed, not just here, but indeed around the world. All of the stuff that you're going to see over the next couple of days here in this pavilion and others is the beginning of a better world, and Canada is at the vanguard. I want to lift my hands to all of you. Thank you for being here. Are we declaring this open? It's open. Everybody's here. You've got your coffee. I'm now going to invite my colleague, Charles Vincent, the Associate Deputy Minister from the Ministry, to give you a few words about the details and the substance. There's billions of dollars to talk about, and he's going to do that right now. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. If I've learned anything over the years, it's not to follow up the ambassador, so I've clearly broken rule number 1 already, but thank you very much. Actually, I'm going to be really quite short. The main thing I actually wanted to talk a little bit about is Canada and Hannover Messe. It's a really important partnership and a really important place, I think, for Canadians to be. So really, really thrilled with all the presence we have here. And I'm speaking as much to those who are watching at home now about why you need to be here next year. It was interesting last night listening to a lot of the leaders at the opening ceremonies talking about what are kind of the main themes. What's going on with industrial manufacturing that's so important for the world? And it really came down to 3 themes, right? Sustainability and the green transition, digitization, AI, and a number of other technologies, and resiliency of supply chains in a changing geopolitical world. You take those themes and you start to think about what we're doing in Canada, the companies that are leading the green transition, the companies, the AI companies, the digital companies that are reshaping the manufacturing economy, and the degree to which sustainable supply chains are really at the heart of everything we're trying to do, both in a North American context, but in a global context. Because ultimately, this comes down to Canadian leadership. If we as Canadian companies, if we as Canadians are going to be leaders in this world, it's places like Hannover Messe that we need to be, because this is where we're making the partnerships. This is where we're making sure that the world knows what Canada has to offer and how Canada can start to shape and influence that industrial manufacturing base. So a big thank you to you, a big thank you, Jay and NGen and all the group who's helped put all this together. It's been a fantastic partnership. And as said, really leading up to next year where we will be the partner country. So really thrilled for all of that. Thank you one and all. Enjoy everything that's going on, and we'll look forward to meeting all of you through the next couple of days. Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot, Charles. So I'm going to invite these gentlemen to step into my cottage here, and we're going to have a bit of a question and answer. So there you go.
Your cottage has a hole in the roof.
Yeah, my cottage has a hole in the roof. Well, at least it's not raining or snowing. So yeah, that's right.
The wood doesn't move.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Watch out you don't burn yourself there.
I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Is this hydrogen? No. Okay.
No, it's the log. So, Ambassador, John, let me start with you. You've recently arrived in Germany. What's the biggest surprise for you representing Canada here, and especially when you've been doing a lot of traveling around, visiting companies around Germany?
Well, I don't know how many people are aware. Before I was ambassador, I was the Premier of British Columbia, working on innovation, working on the transformation in what had been a resource-based economy to a next-generation economy, if I could say next-gen. Can I say that?
Please, as much as you want.
Yeah. and moving our minds to the next opportunity, the next challenge. And so when I was asked to come to Germany, the industrial heart of Europe, it was exciting because I know that the transformation here as a result of activity, the intrusion, the illegal war in Ukraine, cut off energy supply to Germany, which meant the transformation had to be accelerated. So to be here in Germany at a time when the energy transformation is paramount to industrial activity that's transforming how industry, how innovators, how investors are looking at the future. And of course, we all need to hurry up. I mean, any of you out there who have children know that your kids are looking at you saying, what are you doing to make sure that we have a better world to inherit and pass on to our children? And now more than ever, we need to accelerate these transformations. So what excited me when I got here is how far along the German economy is in that transformation and how Canadians are playing a key role in that. And also, and Charles can touch on the quantums a bit more, but it's things like quantum computing, like AI, like digitization. The digital cluster is represented here. Again, a federal initiative that's putting our tax dollars into the economy to stimulate innovation, to stimulate the ideas that we're going to need to meet these challenges. And being here in Germany, representing Canada is an honor and a privilege, and to take my knowledge of the expertise back home and implementing that here is pretty impressive. I couldn't be happier.
Good, good. And Charles, you were mentioning, and I think one of the things that really that I noticed last night too at the opening ceremony was how common the challenges are and how common the opportunity is between Canada and Europe as a whole, but particularly Germany. So we've got some amazing Canadian companies here. It's only a little reflection of the strengths that we have in Canada. We're going forward, NextGen. Well, you can talk about NextGen as much as you want to.
NextGen.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's sing.
Let's sing that.
Yeah. But where do you see Canada? Where do you see the trends going in Canadian manufacturing? Yeah. And are we up to the challenge?
Oh, I don't think, to answer your last question first, I don't think there's any question that we're up to the challenge, and we've shown that time and again. I mean, we are, at the end of the day, as you would say, we're a nation of innovators, right? But we're a nation that grows and understands how to build things. I don't think we ever realized how important that was until we got into the pandemic. And we suddenly realized, you know what? You do not want to be a country that cannot build things, cannot innovate, cannot grow. And so, as I said, for your last question, without question, I think we're up. Where are we headed and what direction are we headed? I think we're heading in a lot of really exciting directions, quite frankly. You can look at things like the critical minerals strategy and understand the role that that's going to play in the economy, not just in Canada, not just in North America, but globally. The ambassador was just talking about the connections that we're looking at transatlantically when you're starting to talk about mineral resources and natural resources and hydrogen. All of these are elements where Canada is going to play a very central role in a global economy. And for me, that's a lot of the theme of why we need to be at Hannover Messe. It really comes down to Canadian leadership. And so it's not about simply individual companies, it's about growing an ecosystem of companies together. And so, I mean, NGen's a great example of that from a cluster standpoint. We can look at the same thing with the digital cluster, with the AI cluster, with the ocean cluster, with the protein clusters. These are great examples of how we're growing Canadian innovation and ingenuity, not simply for Canada, but growing it, quite frankly, for a global environment.
And I'd like to add to what Charles has said there, because he mentioned, what's the calling card for Canada? Natural resources, historically. But once people are introduced to our abundance of critical minerals, our opportunities for hydrogen, liquefied natural gas, not so much to Europe, but to the Asia Pacific, mass timber to capture and sequester carbon in building technologies, those natural resource issues bring people's attention to us, and then they discover the extraordinary people in our tech sector, in our innovation sector, and that is an added bonus when people come looking for one thing and they find this abundance of other opportunities, and that's represented by the 80 companies that are here.
Absolutely. We talk about natural resources. The natural resources of the 21st century, not only what we've always thought of natural resources, but our people, the skills, the IP, the leadership. I think that's all really important. And John, you were mentioning, some of the big challenges that we're facing worldwide. One of the initiatives that NGen has led is something called Careers of the Future. Our objective is to attract young people into advanced manufacturing careers. And it was very interesting, and some of the group who actually put together our program are here and want to recognize Anso particularly. But one thing that we learned, we thought we'd go out and talk about technology. Well, for young people, yeah, technology, that's the starting point here. What really made a big difference was when we started talking about, well, you're going to be building things for the future. You're going to be building things that are going to solve the climate change problem and help to remediate environmental damage and help secure food supply and things like that. That's what really makes a difference. But John, going back to those points, Germany has a particularly strong relationship with Canada and an economic relationship that is becoming ever more stronger, partly as a result of the geopolitical problems, but also because of the sharing of the natural resources and everything else. Here, tell us a little bit about that very special relationship.
Well, it is a special relationship, and it's one that we don't talk about a lot in Canada. It's quite frankly, and what has also amazed me in my time here is how far back you can go to look at our science and tech collaborations over 50 years between Canada and Germany. This is something that we don't talk about at the coffee shop, at the hockey rink. It's about Leon Draisaitl. It's about the only thing that Canadians will think about when they think of Germany, right? An extraordinary hockey player. But the reality is the investments that German manufacturers are making in Ontario right now, the Volkswagen Power Co. investment, some $7 billion in battery technologies that will be transformative for the auto sector, help us meet our climate objectives, and also create a new generation of employees working in a sector that is at this point just beginning. Now, we've been talking about battery technologies in Canada and around the world for a long, long time, but coming together, Canada and Germany are making it happen in a real and tangible way. And those are the things that I think that we tend to dismiss in our daily lives. It's the collaboration of people with ideas, with passions that create the opportunities for these breakthroughs and quite frankly, for the partnerships.
Well, that's right. And Charles, you were mentioning the critical minerals strategy, but we've also got our AI strategy, our quantum strategy, national quantum strategy. We have our biomanufacturing strategy here. I think when you come to Hannover and you actually see Canadian companies at work, you realize this isn't just strategy on paper. This is actual doing things.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, the AI strategy is a great example of that, right? Like Canada was one of the first to put, I think since 2016, we put something like $16 billion into our pan-Canadian AI strategy, as we like to call it. At the end of the day, that has been a foundational piece, right? That has positioned Canada as one of the leading jurisdictions when it comes to artificial intelligence. As you highlighted, a lot of that comes from our people. We've invested a lot in the people over time. And you would have seen about a week and a half ago, another $2.4 billion that we've invested into the next step, which is all around AI compute, right? So it's about building up the infrastructure to make sure Canada can maintain that leadership position, and so that we are continuing to position ourselves, not simply, again, in a North American context, but really in a global context, to make sure that Canada is one of the AI leaders for the future.
And when you're thinking about AI compute, keep next generation manufacturing in mind.
Absolutely.
And another advantage Canada has over other nations is that we're a federal state, just as Germany is. We have subnational governments, just as Germany does. So when delegates come in, I'm looking at the Ontario booth right now, Geneviève and her team from the Quebec delegation are very active here, large contingent working together. Talked to the British Columbia rep, Manitoba is here. So we're bringing not just a national perspective, but a region. I mean, we're the second largest landmass in the country, 40 million souls, coming to a country of 80 million that has the same political structures, the same values, and the same understanding that collaboration between national and subnational and municipal is what keeps our infrastructure moving along, but it's also an opportunity to develop through our post-secondary institutions and investments, federal and provincial and private sector, in that innovation sector. It happens at our campuses right across the country. We commercialize that activity, we get it into the market, and Canadians are making a huge difference in the lives of people around the world.
It's one of the spaces, Jay, as well, where our focus on sustainability and our focus on digital really comes together, because one of the big attractions to Canada has been our investment in clean renewable energy and electricity. And so you can see that playing itself out in our AI data strategies and our quantum strategies, because Canada becomes a very logical place for elements that can be highly energy intensive, so that we're in a position to be able to provide that kind of in a very sustainable way, in a carbon neutral way. And so that kind of investment has really set us up, not simply from a resource perspective, but frankly from a data and an intelligence data perspective.
You know, I think one of the biggest challenges that we face in Canada is blowing our own horn and telling our own stories.
Very humble of you, Jay.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're a leader in modesty.
Be more modest, Jay.
Yeah. But you know what? More Canadians should know about Canada, and of course we're probably better on the international stage than we are within Canada. But you know, a lot of this is not just one company at a time. It really depends a lot on collaboration. I think the cluster model is all about collaboration, and we've got, you know, in the 165 projects that we've finished up, over a third of them involve collaboration across provinces. So we've got UBC working with companies in Quebec, and it's really amazing to see the type of collaboration that's going on. But I think that's what you find here in Hanover as well. Like, this is not. I've been to tech shows here in Germany, and it's all about tech. And we went to an additive show here in November, and it was everything you wanted to know about 3D printing, like the materials and the equipment and the visualization, and everything was there except customers. And what you find here in Hanover is that because it's so broad in terms of the technology, this is where you do business. This is where the customers come. And that's for everybody in 2025, so important for people to be here.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to, I mean, of course, we're all looking forward to this year, all of the exhibitors, all of the people that are here, not just in our pavilions, but throughout the fair. But next year is Canada's year to bring, not just here, but to Eureka as well, another significant multilateral opportunity for all of us to celebrate the extraordinary achievements of Canadians. And how can we bring those achievements to the rest of the world? By taking center stage and putting our humility to one side. We're not boastful people, but we're capable and competent people that are innovating and have been innovating for generations. And our time in the sun is now. So.
No, absolutely. And, you know, I also have to say in terms of collaboration and moving forward into 2025. So our project doesn't begin and end today or in 2025. This is an ongoing initiative, and we have to be showcasing Canadian capabilities around the world every day. But I have to say, what a pleasure it's been working with your team at the embassy, probably one of the biggest trade and investment teams in Europe, all of the trade commissioners, and of course all of my colleagues at ISED as well. What a great team you guys have, and couldn't be happier than being able to kind of direct or lead the industrial presence with such a strong team here.
And I would be remiss if I didn't say we do all of that on a shoestring as well.
Absolutely.
It's quite extraordinary. The team at the embassy in Berlin and the staff in Dusseldorf and Munich, in collaboration again with Quebec's team in Munich and others, we do extraordinary work, and we collaborate in a way that would, as a former premier who used to sit and complain about the federal government, the collaboration that happens on the ground is quite extraordinary. And it's an inspiration to Canadians back home that we are an extraordinary people from coast to coast to coast. In all of our diversity, in all of our frustrations some days, we come together at important times and do truly extraordinary things.
And Jay, we'd be remiss if we didn't highlight the team at NGen as well, because frankly, at the end of the day, when we sat down and said, how are we going to deliver a world-class partnership for Canada at Hannover Messe? Yes, absolutely. The embassy and the team in Germany is critical. The team in Ottawa, from ISED to EDC and across the board, are critical. But frankly, at the end of the day, we said we need NGen at the center of this. NGen needs to help lead this because it needs to be industry-led if we're going to really succeed in doing this. So a big thank you to you and the team.
Yeah, no, it's our pleasure. I've been, as you know, at this fair for many, many years, but so proud that Canada.
It's clear. Everybody here knows you, Jay. Everywhere we walk.
Yeah, for good, for better and worse, I tell you. Listen, thank you so much for coming. You can have coffee at my cabin anytime, you know. So just drop in if you like. Yeah, I know. Well,
If
at least
snow starts coming in,
At least it's not raining on you.
eventually,
Exactly,
There's new
exactly.
technologies that can manage that.
I don't know what they are. Thank you so much.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jay.
There you go.
Ready to go?
Hour and 17 or so.
That's right. Okay. Hi, Mark. My name's Alyssa. Hi. I'm doing work. Okay, thank you. All right.
But it's just that they are presenting the booth. You know, they are going booth by booth. So they will go at the Maya and they will not be there. They started at Toronto, this one I think.
Music is stopping. We're good. We're live in Hannover Messe. Well, welcome everyone. My name is Rémi Duquette. I'm the Vice President of our Industrial AI practice at Maya HTT. And I'll be introducing some use cases in AI for manufacturing. So, Maya been in business for 40 years. We focus on the physics behind the data. So if you're looking for enhancing productivity, quality, energy, we're at the right spot here. So from a Maya perspective, we've done a lot of stuff in the manufacturing engineering side of the equation. My group focuses on the edge side of the equation with AI in manufacturing. So if we look at our track record, 5.7 million real-time telemetry points from all sorts of edge devices and all sorts of telemetry from PLCs and SCADA systems that you're going to see throughout the Hannover Messe show. The use cases are very deep and technical in detail. So again, whether you're minimizing your risk, minimizing cost, or increasing your revenue, we can impart change and benefits for your organization. But these are the use cases that we start from, and then we look at how and if we can apply AI to your stack, right? So first, business use case. And then we move up the maturity curve to see where we can bring you and how fast we can bring you there. The benefits are great, but first you look at technical and technology stacks from an industrial manufacturing standpoint. We've deployed with Siemens for 40 years as a system integrator for Siemens, also with Aviva for the last 12 years. So different stacks that we can deploy and where we have deep expertise. And again, always with the physics understanding behind the data that we deploy for your use cases. A few use cases that I wanted to showcase today. First, batteries for electric cars, right? Lots of lithium. Lithium is very funky when you actually need to manufacturing batteries with. If you have been in those manufacturing plants, they're extremely dangerous. It's very flammable and it can become an explosive if you treat it badly and if you handle it badly in the manufacturing standpoint. So what we've done here is a couple of things. One, because of the instability of the material in the manufacturing process, we've helped the client get a better battery. So between the best and the worst battery, we reduce the variance significantly so that they can control their post-sales challenges, right? If you put a battery that lasts 3 years and the other one that you get out is 1 year or 5 years, you'll have a problem in terms of return of the battery and supporting the maintenance of the batteries. So reducing the variance in a manufacturing plant is a great way to reduce and predict your costs moving forward. So that's one of the projects that we've done. And the second project is they needed to build a second complete line of manufacturing, or maybe a third one. And the difference between building one or two more lines for the capital cost was 10 hours per battery. So they looked at the entire process, let's call it 130, 140 hours of the process to build one, and said, okay, where can we remove 10 hours? And so Maya, because of our understanding of the temperature distribution on the lithium side and how it's manufactured, we were able to reduce one of the key component of the manufacturing process by 10 hours. So it's a 24-hour heating and cooling cycle. We reduced it by 10 hours. So after 14 hours, we had the same battery outcome that after 24 hours before. And thanks to that, they removed the entire capital for the third line that they didn't need anymore. So that's the big business benefit there. Completely different manufacturing process and industry in the pulp and paper. So this is continuous manufacturing, 600 real-time telemetry points. And what they wanted to predict is the quality of the product at the end of the food chain. If you remember when COVID happens, we all rushed out worldwide to buy toilet paper. They called it technical paper. So the technical paper all of a sudden had a challenge. They needed to produce a lot more. And the staff that they had on the shop floor were much younger because the older people needed to stay home, right? So in this case, the AI, what it did is help them fine-tune all the parameters, the 600 parameters that they could operate on to get a better quality. And it predicted 20 quality parameters on the paper every 5 minutes. So every 5 minutes they could get new controls and input in the control room. A lot of these are physical buttons that you need to go up and down. So that's why it was that kind of setup for AI in manufacturing. Another use case, move forward. It's not moving forward. Oh, okay, now it is. Let me see. Okay, hopefully it stays there. Normally there's a video, so that's why I'm a bit... Oh, there we go. Now it's playing. So, on this side, we're manufacturing only 400 to 600 of these composite parts per year. So it's not a lot of data from a manufacturing standpoint if you only manufacture 400 to 600 of those. So low volume manufacturing needs slightly different processes. Maya, we do simulation in both engineering and manufacturing that helps generate synthetic data that's close enough, in terms of pattern to the real data. And in this particular case, it became very handy because the manufacturing process could not have used or leveraged AI models because there was not enough failure data. There was enough data because they had lots of production, but very little failures. So we created onset of failure by simulating the onset of failures with the system. So at the system level, we can generate thousands and thousands of real-time monitoring traces of the pattern of the failure. So that's one area where simulation and understanding of physics, again, behind the data is key to make it a success. This is more unplanned downtime. So again, slightly different manufacturing process on the batch side. So when you're bottling components, whether in this case in the healthcare industry for bottling a batch of products, a lot of the conveyor motors fail. Now, putting vibration sensors on the shop floor is very expensive. So instead, we came up with a nice way to use acoustic sensors to take the sound from the conveyor belts and the conveyor components and the motors, and based on the sound and the transform of Fourier transform to get the vibration frequencies, we could get and see the shift in frequencies about 3 weeks earlier than when you get the failure with the vibration sensors. So another great way of, by understanding the physics behind the system, of reducing the cost and the implementation to make it easy to implement that solution from an AI perspective. Another one here, which is a kind of a funky way of industrial operations. This is CSL, Canada Steamship Line. We've been presenting with them publicly quite a few times, so I can mention their name. They have more than 50 of these big ships, and they move around the planet various dried goods. Think of salt, anything powdery that's really bulky to move. That's what they move around. They have this little boom here that when they get to port, they swivel it around and they drop the cargo there. So under the belly of the ship, they have all these huge conveyor belts, again, that move the dried cargo outside of the ship. Well, it can be very kind of consuming energy, and there's a lot of failures. Now, when they're at port at different places around the planet, because they do business around the globe, it's very difficult if you don't have the parts. So you have a floating factory that's moving around town. So the logistics of this is quite intricate. So, and they can't carry everything on board because it's a ship. And if you carry everything on board, well, what's the point, right? It's going to cost you an arm and a leg and fuel and other things that you don't need 99% of the time. So we've built some smart anomaly indicators that, again, give them way ahead of time, the predictive failure that you would expect for their operations to be smooth. One component, a lot of people ask me, so what's the true impact of AI in manufacturing? And I keep going back to this example when we turn on an AI agent that has learned to control the system better than what was there before. Typically what's there before, it's called PID controllers. They're everywhere in every controlling device probably on the planet. Here, what we have is a reinforcement learning AI control, so a deep learning version of that control mechanism. And thanks to it, you can see how smooth the signal becomes. Now, that smoothness in the signal translates into mechanical parts that are less strained over time, right? So the fatigue life of the equipment that's at play here and the maintenance required to make this go as a process is elongated quite a lot, right? So the unplanned downtime of this component went from every 6 months to now they're at 36 months, and it still hasn't had one failure. And you can see the difference, right, in the swing, right? All that vibration and the noise in the system completely removed just by changing your reinforcement and control strategy. So a great visual example and results from the benefits of this in controlling your system better in manufacturing and operation. I'm always challenged to say, okay, but I mean, can we deploy these, in remote location? Is network, network latency an issue? Say, well, the furthest we've actually deployed an edge device is actually sitting on Mars, and it's roving on Mars. And if you think of latency, it takes quite a few minutes to come back to Earth, right? So to be able to act on these processes. So Maya and with Siemens, we've created initially the digital twin, so simulated the whole life cycle from a design perspective. But then we also took the telemetry, so every 8 hours, we get the last 8 hours of telemetry from the rover, and we can replay it in 3D in the system to understand where the failures are, right? So from a predictive nature and deployments and latency, I don't think you can go further than that at the moment. So that's a cool example. So how to get started with Maya, right? We always start small, and we define your use case with you before we get started. We understand the gaps of where you are right now and how you can get to applying AI in manufacturing in real time. And then we build a roadmap to get there in small phases. And often our motto is to give you all the power to become owner of your own destiny, so we can train you to become your owner of that AI model and be able to upskill it over time. Because it's never, we drop an AI model and that's the end of it. An AI model is there to learn, to be fine-tuned. When there's a variance, whether it's on the weather or seasonal or other changes in your processes, it will need to be retrained. Sometimes it's every 2 weeks, sometimes every 3 months, but there is a retraining needed. So we want you to become, owner of your own destiny and continue like this. So this is kind of a nice agile way to deploy AI models in manufacturing and industrial operations. And if you have some questions, I can maybe take them, even though it's very loud here. But in any case, I'll be at the booth, at the Maya booth right here, if you have any more questions. Thank you for listening to my little
Hello? Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. I'm Jerónimo Rivero. I'm going to present if you are ready for Industry 5.0 in behalf of Panivo. Before I start, I'd like to thank NGen and everyone from the Canada Trade Commissioning Office who made this happen. Like, this is an amazing trade show, so thank you for that. So, talking about the industrial revolutions and how they have been shaped. There has been 5 industrial revolutions. There's a bit of debate of whether we've started the 5th one or we're still in the 4th one, but that's sort of what the discussion has been about. And whether that debate is true or false, and we're already on a 5th one, I'd like some things to be considered. The first is that the first 2 industrial revolutions lasted about 100 years each. The 3rd one lasted only 50 years. And now, a bit over a decade after we're into the 4th industrial revolution, we're talking about a 5th one. So things are moving faster. They're moving way faster than they ever did. And it's like a bit of a bittersweet point to think that manufacturing equipment might be treated as cell phone technology, where 4 years after you bought it, it's irrelevant. And that's not the direction that it's going for. In reality, you can see that the 4th manufacturing revolution is not about production assets. So revolution 1 was about mechanical energy, steam and water. The 2nd one was about electricity and production lines. The 3rd one was about computers. And this one is about information. It's about all the information and data you can now gather and track that you could not in the past. So without data, you're just another person with an opinion. The backbone of Industry 4.0 is data. You begin tracking everything. You have to track absolutely every single point of your facility to understand how it's doing, what it's doing, so that you're able to actually optimize every single line in your facility. Real data collection analysis makes people able to make decisions very fast in situations and with information that they couldn't in the past. You can see that growth over 10 years is huge. And it might seem like a 3% difference in growth 1 year is like very little. When you compound that over a decade of work, you will see a very huge difference against where you are or where your competition is over time. So the top 3 reasons why companies do not invest in 4.0 technology, the number 1 reason is cost. And cost is mainly an issue because financial managers will always want to see that what they're getting for what they're paying. So they say, okay, if I pay for an asset that produces 20% more, well, I'll get 20% more of production. And it's like a very easy exchange in which ROI is very easy to track. And it becomes like a very, very easy to make decision. The second one is lack of expertise, in which companies don't know what they're looking for. They're just going like they've been doing things for a certain way for a while, and then like making that decision it's not something that they have in the radar. And then the third one is resistant to change, so culture. Whenever you try to change things up, people will want to actually there will be people who want to stay in the previous way that things were done. Regardless of all these things, 74% of companies have already started their journey into 4.0. So yeah, it's happening. Most companies in North America are doing it, but although 74 have started that journey, only 16% have finished that journey. So it's still an ongoing effort for most companies, and that's like where I'm coming from. Like it's a very long effort to actually not only implement 4.0 technology, but actually get into a place where it's on the culture and people are acting on that that knowledge. So what are the first steps? Whenever you're looking into 4.0 and we're talking about data, you have to go through a gap analysis, understand exactly what are the things that you don't have eyes on. You have a facility, and which are the processes that you know that you can control, and which ones are the ones that you cannot. So looking into those gaps in knowledge, you can actually set a strategy for what you need, what you want to see based on priorities. From there, you can go into your metering strategy, where you will set up goals of what's your low-hanging fruit, what's the most important things to track, and in what order you should do it. The times where you have to do a one solution that takes millions of dollars out of your pocket and takes years to implement are gone. Like now, 4.0 technology is modular, it's cheap, and it's something that's very easy to measure on how it's going to impact your production processes. The third step would be integration. You don't have to start with a PLC for all your facility. You don't have to change all your production lines, although that's a very nice way to go. You could do it with sensor technology, metering, and you can have eyes on all your whole process in a fairly easy and also modular way of implementation. And finally, customization. And this is where actual culture in your company, making people make the right decisions based on the information that you have, and implement new KPIs tailored exactly for your industry and your production processes comes in hand. After that, as I mentioned, if we're already on a fifth industrial revolution, it's about what you can do with that data. If the fourth one is about gathering data, the fifth one is about how you can optimize that data using cloud computing, AI, and actually make decisions way, way faster and data gathering. And after that, it's just a cultural shift of how humans and machines might be able to be involved together more closely on all the production processes. So talking about Panivo, we're a consulting company. We pack a punch. We're a very, very big team of people working with companies all around the globe. We're consultants mainly, but then as we were using and developing our tools for our own clients, they began to demanding to keep those after we stopped working with them in the consulting business. And this is where our platform EMIS and Leans come from. So EMIS, as a business case, works with many companies. Among them is one of the top 10 food processors. We've implemented EMIS in 45 of their facilities across thousands of assets. We're tracking thousands of variables and tracking over 100 million in utilities every year. Based on this, they were able to save about 10% in one of their production lines in a pilot and other savings across the board. So here the question is, we're not talking about numbers only for a huge company. We're talking about numbers that could be extrapolated to any size. You could have 200 assets on EMIS, or you could have 3, and you would see a similar impact in savings based on the size of your operation. So this is the question where you ask, what's 10% of your production cost savings would be for you? And then as for our lean manufacturing use case, we have one of the top 50 food processors as well, over 20 facilities with us. We're tracking over 300 assets with them. And in here we have the other side of the coin. This is how much would 10% additional production be worth to you? So for lean, we've been able to optimize OEE up to 9%, which ends up being a 9% increase in production for that facility. And it's lean decided as the reason for it. And we've delivered gains. We've always had a deployment for every single facility where they've asked for more. We haven't had any client rolled out less than they've actually had. So it's been an amazing journey. We're going to be in stand E27. So anyone wants to reach out, I'd be happy to talk to you. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions as well.
How's it going so far for you?
Good.
Yeah.
Good. So this is
Sounds good.
Okay, I think we're ready. I've got a guest here from Invest in Canada, Harold Denham. Harold, you're the Chief of Investment Services for Invest in Canada. And apart from just hanging out here in Hanover, tell me a little bit about what Invest in Canada is all about.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to join you, Jason. We always value partnerships with our federal colleagues. In particular, NGen's been such a great partner over the years. So thank you for inviting me to speak today. So Invest in Canada, in my language, would be we're the central coordinating agency for foreign direct investment into Canada. And we're also the preeminent or the investment promotion agency on behalf of foreign direct investment in all of Canada.
And of course, you're operating around the world, but with particular interest here in Hanover. This really isn't a German fair. It's not a European fair. It really is an international fair. What are your first? It's not as if you've had a lot of time here. It's only a few hours. But what are your first impressions?
Well, of course, Hannover Messe is well known by companies around the world for it being an amazing place to showcase innovation, commercialization, but specifically to industrial advanced manufacturing. And of course, it's living up to its expectations. I've had an opportunity now to go to about half a dozen halls, and each one is intriguing. There are new companies, new innovations, new technologies that span materials, processes, engineering, and design that I think all advanced manufacturers can benefit from. Of course, Canada is an advanced manufacturing hub. It has many advanced manufacturing sectors that are thriving and, in fact, being re-energized, many by which, because of the global transition in energy and sustainability, but also in large part and sometimes because of Canadian innovation that NGen in many instances have helped stimulate.
You know, you're right. And I think Canadian companies really have nothing to hide in terms of their technological capability or really the solutions. And one thing that I see, if you go to some of the bigger exhibit halls here with some of the leading companies in robotics, for instance, their automation systems, how many of them have Canadian software or how many of them have Canadian sensors as part of that? So Canada is a part of really a global advanced manufacturing ecosystem.
Absolutely. And you can't omit talent. Canadian produces some of the most educated workforces in the world, certainly preeminent above G7. 62% of Canada's workforce have a post-secondary education, and they don't always just stay in Canada. Many of them travel abroad and end up becoming, engineers, technicians, and sometimes C-suite executives to many established multinationals and innovative startups around the world that eventually become part of the national supply chain. So I think Canada is often underestimated as now one of the top 10 per GDP economies in the world. I still feel Canada is unfortunately an afterthought, but I think we're pulling out of that. As the sponsor to Hannover Messe in 2025, we hope to reveal more of Canada greatness, particularly as it relates to advanced manufacturing.
I think 2025 is going to be a great opportunity here. But I know when you're here, Harold, you're going to be meeting with a number of companies and making the pitch about, and it's not just one pitch, of course, it's getting to know companies, telling them more about Canada, making those personal relationships that really are so important. But Invest in Canada has been really leading in terms of our ability to attract some really major investments from Europe, but right around the world, and particularly on the EV battery side. So tell us a little bit about that and what the experience has been.
Yeah, you're quite right. Canada has benefited from growing amount of foreign direct investment every year. And in many areas, we've been recognized as one of the fastest foreign direct investment nations in terms of inward investment. And it's been in large part to, great ecosystems of which NGen is part of, but also great industrial policy. We've benefited from the Mines to Mobility strategy and other strategies that have incentivized or at least brought global attention to our supply chain, whether it's in critical minerals all the way to EV battery production. And I don't think Canada's done. We've had some large OEMs and that make significant announcements. We feel from that tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 companies are finding that it's just good business sense to be located in Canada for many of the reasons we've talked about, whether it's trade agreements, whether it's a talented workforce, whether it's geopolitical stability, whether it's marginal tax rates. So yes, lots of companies want to talk to us. So we're fortunate for that. We're not having to knock on a lot of doors. People are knocking on Canada's door, which is a nice place to be. And so even just having some meetings this afternoon with our federal and provincial colleagues has also resonated with me that companies are kind of surprised at how aligned Canada, the provinces and territories, the regions and the cities are, because we can speak with one voice and we understand each other. And unlike other jurisdictions, we don't just hand off a prospective company to all levels of governments and all ministries. We do it in a coordinated way that makes them feel that they're valued and appreciated.
And that's something really where Invest in Canada takes the lead in that coordination, which is so important, because you think, it's hard enough if you're in Canada sometimes to navigate your way through, but for someone
Absolutely.
who is looking at Canada, there is a possible investment opportunity to have that sort of more than a concierge, but have someone you can work with and take you all the way through the process. Has to be really, really important.
You're absolutely right, because when you're a new multinational that's unfamiliar with how to do business in Canada, it can frankly be overwhelming. You might wonder, how am I going to go about incorporating? What are the regulations? What are the supply chains? What are the considerations if I'm going to be a prospective exporter? What are the assets and resources that we can bring to bear and help companies recognize that there are a lot of supports that exist in Canada, and how do they navigate that? So we offer that one window access. And in many instances, when companies come to Canada for the first time, we can spend a solid 2, 3, 4 days and help them map their investment journey right to export markets, right into how they weave the work they do into our innovation ecosystem. And that way it de-risks their decision making. And very few other countries provide that centralized service.
Yeah, you're right. And I know a lot of people have heard about some of the big investments that we've been able to attract, and often all of the hard work it's hidden from view. And I know there are all sorts of things that you can't say because of confidentiality. But give us a bit of a story about how this develops and how you approach some major investors and then interest them in coming to Canada.
Great question. Again, I would start with, we put the company and the customer first, right? In anything related to business investment, it's always about understanding the client, becoming their trusted advisor, and ensuring that we put their interests, what they're trying to fix, accomplish, or avoid, at the front and center of our work. Where I think governments fail to maintain that type of disciplined approach on the client journey is when they think about their job within a silo. And so by taking your blinders off and recognizing that, yes, you may be one branch of government with one mandate. In fact, as in our investment promotion agency's mandate includes taking the client through everything they need to have certainty of before they reach that FID, that final investment decision, and become their trusted advisor and confidant. And when you put that mindset first and foremost, I think you earn the client's trust, and they believe that they can, believe in you and helping them through that journey until the decision, the investment decision. I think many companies, that's not to say that we close everything that's in our pipeline per se, but we certainly leave every client with the feeling or the sentiment that we've given it our best, and that all our partners downstream and across the oceans and all our posts, that they've been treated with the respect and the care that they've wanted and deserved.
But I can't help but think, as you say that, it's no different than some of the transformations that are going on in manufacturing or tech companies. It's all about trying to understand how you can help your customer, and putting the customer first, and thinking of your job not as getting product out the door, but as providing a solution.
Yeah, it's about service, right?
Yeah.
And one of the great things about Canada, to be frank, is that we have a lot of services. We have a lot of supports. There are a myriad of incentives and things that we can bring to bear for prospective investors that on their own, they would unlikely not discover or find. And so when we put that kind of mindset first and foremost, and we're really plugged into what the federal family offers, what each province, what each territory, what each city offers, then we can really provide that bespoke support that the clients require and frankly can't navigate on their own.
So, I mean, we can talk about the technology ecosystem and the manufacturing ecosystem, the supply chain and everything else. But when you're out talking to companies, how important are people? What do you say about Canada and the people in Canada that can help?
I start with the data, because the data proves, really what our standing is in the world, and that is that we have a talented, reliable, committed workforce that is often more loyal in Canada than anywhere else. I demonstrate that 62% of all Canadians have a post-secondary education. I note that we have a world-class educational system of colleges, technical universities, and universities that work cooperatively with industry, that work cooperatively with government. So within the talent ecosystem, there is a system of support that continually seeks to improve and make relevant graduates and upskilling in a variety of different ways. And I frankly prefer to say, okay, there's the data piece, but let me introduce you to companies that are actually doing it. Right? When a Japanese air transportation manufacturer says, we were a little bit afraid to come from Japan to Canada, but here 20 years later, not only have we brought our entire supply chain and localized it, because we find confident, capable suppliers in Canada, but we find we're able to be more productive in our shop than even Japan, because Canadians typically buy into Kaizen mindset right out of the gate, and they've demonstrated that they're more loyal and more productive than we had before we came to Canada. And I find when I put companies in front of executives that can tell that story, it sells Canada.
Yeah, no, that's true, and then has led to product mandates that are some of the most valuable for companies in the world, because you put the product where you're going to make the most money in the location that's going to be the best for you.
Yeah, and I think Canadians need to be proud as well. I think Canadians at times undervalue how well regarded they are, and a large part of that has to do with the fact that Canadians are willing and understand the importance of continuous lifelong learning and upskilling. At an age of rapid innovation and technological change, I think most Canadians know that in order to remain relevant and productive, it's all about learning new technology, new ways of work. And I think Canadians, that by virtue of their productivity and their commitment in existing companies, we've shown the world that we can produce.
Although we are extremely modest.
We are.
The way. Sorry,
I'm trying to fix that.
Yeah. So the other resource that we have, of course, that I think is particularly important for advanced manufacturing is our college system. The CEGEP, the technical colleges, the polytechnics across Canada, and that their ability, I think, to be able to customize training programs for companies is so important.
Yeah, and I think what you're talking is something that is, I think, often forgotten, is that Canadian industry and Canadian companies are accustomed, or certainly are growing even more accustomed, to working with local educational institutions to meet their talent gap needs.
Right.
And I think, a few decades ago, there were two pseudo silos. And I know I've seen firsthand where in life science manufacturing, for instance, general managers or CEOs from across Canada will come together and meet with post-secondary institutions and say, we love what you're graduating, but here's still the gaps. It's the regulatory piece. It's the sales. It's the, working in teams. Can you provide some kind of certification or additional education that when we have your graduates come in, they can get these extra skills and capabilities? And universities and post-secondaries, including CEGEPs, are standing up to those requests and developing, I like to say, just-in-time programming to sort of address those gaps. I think micro-credentialing is also part of that. And I think increasingly, I see a lot of manufacturing facilities work with local educational institutions who know how to train and develop and build customized training to bridge those gaps. And many countries don't do that. And so, that is, I think, a bit of a secret sauce or secret ingredients that helps future-proof a lot of companies and, frankly, a lot of Canadians.
And there's some really interesting programs going on, both in the universities and the colleges, where bringing industry in new ways. I'm really struck on the with electric vehicles. Not only the testing facilities that we have across Canada, because we have all of these great resources, including minus 45-degree weather that could actually test EVs. But if you talk to, say, Ali Ahmadi at McMaster Automotive Resource Center, he'll tell you there aren't enough engineers in the world to develop and design and test all of the powertrains for the new electric vehicles. But he's got a solution through the AI that he's using, and so you've transformed that workforce from an automotive workforce now to a mechatronics and a highly educated digital workforce, which is really a part of, I think, of that not only the transformation manufacturing, but a part of how flexible the college system is and the university system.
And that example you just provided, I think, is an excellent example of agility in action, where industry, post-secondary, and technology and innovation institutions are able to come together, identify a problem, and say, okay, we can couple people who may not have the credentials we used to use, but can with the using new technologies, new solutions, maybe we can backstop that need, because we can't, as you pointed out, hire enough or graduate enough engineers. The other solution to that is increasingly companies are recognizing that in terms of a talent stream, domestic talent is important, but global access to talent is equally important. So whether it's Canada's global skills strategy can be part of that, that's another piece of the puzzle. I'm quite proud, as somebody who's born and raised in Canada, to see how fast Canadian industry have incorporated work integrated learning as a way to create talent feeds for the next 5, 10, 15 years. So it's a lot of thinking out of the box in Canada. Not that we're reinventing things. Countries like Germany have been doing a lot of what we're talking about today. And I hope that as Canadian companies and post-secondary institutions and committed, employees in Canada understand that there's a broader ecosystem to draw upon to continually upskill, Canada will continue to thrive.
I think you're right. I mean, and you see some of the talent being graduated from the universities and the colleges here, and again, we don't sing the praises. Canada's mechatronics team has come in first, second, third in the world of mechatronics contest. Very few people know about that, but we should be celebrating, especially young people. I mean, this is going to be the next generation, but the future of our advanced manufacturing system, and that's what. To a large extent, that's what really excites me, that we are generating, or we're generating a new generation here of people who are really, really very not only talented but really super focused on new technology and on making things, which is great.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, Jason. That is another example, I think, of where Canadians don't brag enough. We're good at so many things, and maybe understated shouldn't be in that list, but it is.
Yeah.
And again, I can't say enough about. Hopefully, our real coming out is in 2025 here at Hannover Messe, because I think the talent story. Little known facts that are quite surprising and pleasant to hear about the Canadian market, like those you've just shared, is an opportunity for us to convey that to the world and draw more companies to want to come and visit and understand our ecosystem. Much of what NGen is doing with innovators in research, with smaller SMEs, and help pull back the curtain so people can suddenly realize that we're open for business.
Well, and things are changing so rapidly as well. I mean, the investment pitch about Canada, I remember it was only 5 years ago, was very different than it is now. Now we're talking about all this, clean energy that we've got in Canada. It's a huge, huge benefit for companies looking to downsize their emissions footprint, looking to use clean energy. And what a better place to run electric vehicles, but in Canada, where you've got twice as much power being generated by clean energy.
Yeah, it's a great point. It came up last night repeatedly when I was meeting with people, how, at the time, decisions to invest in renewable energy in Canada was very divisive. It was, there was a lot of talk about why we shouldn't move in that direction. But for those regions and provinces that did invest in renewables today, and unbeknownst to them when they made the original decision, they are attracting a lot of companies who, for a variety of valid business reasons, need to have energy from sustainable sources. And Canada has 84% of its energy mix come from renewables or non-GHG emitting sources. And so we are seeing companies who normally, and industries who normally would not look to Canada, suddenly say, oh, wow, this is a critical input. And Canada has not maybe an abundance, but certainly more than most. And it has geopolitical stability. And it has the talent, it has the trade agreements, it has all the necessary ingredients. And so, yes, sustainability is driving investment and driving new advancements in advanced manufacturing at a rate I have never seen. I had lunch with a company today who said, we're part of the EV battery chain. We were laser focused on Europe as our market of choice, as the market signals indicated that it was all eyes were on Europe. And then the IRAs came in the United States and we looked, and then we suddenly saw where the growth was in Canada. The Canadian EV battery chain, speed in which that market grew, was unmatched. And companies were drawn because of the sustainability story, first and foremost. And so I think we're going to see a lot of more exciting announcements in that space. But to talk about sustainability and non-GHG emitting energy is fundamental to our ability to attract investment in the future.
And what great timing to Bloomberg's report, Canada, the most reliable, the country with the potential to develop the most reliable, sustainable, and secure EV battery chain.
Yeah, and we are remiss when we don't talk about our minerals, right? Yeah. We are a country that is able. Well, first of all, we possess all the critical minerals. They're not all extracted. They're not all in mining chains yet. But we are an ethical country by labor standards and sustainable environmental practices, which moves us up the ESG value chain. So from minerals to mobility, if you have your whole value chain in Canada, it gives you a competitive advantage on the ESG, certainly evaluation frameworks that exist in Europe, a huge advantage. And so if you're hoping to de-risk your investment in the EV battery chain, you really need to have a part or all of it in Canada as it stands now.
You're absolutely right. Oh, and the other great benefit of the sustainable development, whether it's clean energy or critical minerals or the whole EV battery network, is the infrastructure bill, like billions and billions of dollars going into new infrastructure in Canada, which, if you're a global company, has to be pretty attractive to look at this market too.
Yeah, and we're seeing our share of those types of companies that are doing it in other markets now, or have some unique technology innovation or commercial capability that would lend itself to being able to build that infrastructure quickly. It is a challenge. There are some issues related to that, but where there are challenges and issues, often government plays a role. And there are, again, relationships with companies like yours that can help de-risk those kinds of decisions and those investments. But we are seeing, yes, certainly on the recharging capability and the maintenance side, there's something I didn't realize, but even tire manufacturing changes in EVs according to the specifications required. So there's a once-in-a-generation opportunity to look at the entire supply chain and invest heavily on creating the green mobility and systems of the future.
You were mentioning about ESG too, but one of the things that I noticed traveling around the world is that regardless who you talk to, someone knows someone has family in Canada. Like, we have to be we are the most diverse country, but also with one of the most diverse workforces. And that has to be a powerful magnet as well.
Yeah. And I'm fortunate to work in a country for an agency that has an abundance of sectors that we can promote. We've talked a lot about EV, and we've talked a little bit about mining, and we talked a little bit about biomanufacturing. But Canada is well established in a lot of industries, that at one point may be predominantly commodity or resource extractive, but since then have become value-added advanced manufacturing. And of course, we're not a massive market. It's great that Stats Canada has indicated that we've tipped above 40 million in population, which is wonderful. We're an exporting country. We're a powerhouse when it comes to exporting. And so many things that are no longer extractive and commodity based are being made here that require knowledge-intensive workforce. Everything from whether it's software to medical devices and many things in between. And so, yes, there's an abundance of opportunity in these sectors because the Canada brand means something. When companies can say this was manufactured in Canada, it has a value premium. And so across many industries, and I'm particularly fond of how we do sustainable forestry, for instance, in this country. I'm always pleased to hear, oh, you're from Canada. We've purchased this because it was Canadian.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference. Look, Harold, I'm getting a little hot here in front of the fire, but I just wanted to. You were mentioning the brand, and Invest Canada's been a fabulous partner, helping us brand Canada 2025, and we're going to be unveiling our new brand tomorrow. But also, of course, supporting our efforts here, at industry's efforts, being in Hanover, making those connections. You've had a little bit of a chance to walk around. I know you're going to be here for the rest of a lot of the rest of the week and have a chance to see much more of Hannover Messe. But for companies preparing for 2025, what's your advice?
Get a lot of rest.
Yeah.
I would say a lot of things. I mean, most companies, I think, that are in the advanced manufacturing space that want to capitalize on Canada being, it's going to be our time in 2025. We're the so-called host country next year. You should have already been here. If you're not here, shame on you. But I'll say that this is a place where, business gets done. People and businesses get recognized. You develop your network, potentially your suppliers, potentially your book of business. It's an opportunity to better understand the Canadian ecosystem that can support you, whether that's Trade Commissioner services, whether that's NGen, whether it's ISED, whether it's Invest in Canada. We have so many tools in Canada to support companies. When you come here, you're not left to fend on your own. There are many people who can help. And so understand what our partners can provide to you ahead of time so that you know who you need to meet with. Walk the show, be amazed, see what type of innovations can enhance your production if you're in advanced manufacturing. But again, I wouldn't underestimate, eat and rest well, because there's a lot to do and a lot of excitement to be had here.
Well, that's for sure. Harold, thanks very much.
My pleasure.
Harry, well, I'm really glad you could come into the cabin and have a bit of a chat. And before this fire gets too far out of control, I just want to thank you again for coming.
Thank you, Jason, and thanks, NGen, for being a great partner.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Start with Nicola. He's prepared for that one.
Start with me and prepare for that.
Okay, hi everybody. Jay Myers here back at our cabin, and I've had a bevy of friends drop in on me here, probably for drinks later on in the day. But welcome, and I wanted to have a chat with you about the Trade Commissioner Service. As Trade Commissioner Service, I think, as everybody knows, is a really valuable service provided by Government of Canada for Canadian companies looking at doing business around the world. And I'm joined by three of the best trade commissioners that we have, Laura, Richard, and Nicolas. And maybe, Nicholas, start with you, just asking you, explain, if you would, what the Trade Commissioner Service is all about, what you guys actually do on a day-to-day basis.
So thanks, Jay. How much time I have, because talking about the Trade Commissioner Service, I can start today and finish tomorrow, especially if you're asking me what I do on a daily basis, because every days are different. But in a nutshell, what we do with the Trade Commissioner Service, the TCS, is we help companies to navigate the complexities of international markets. We are a free service, and typically people, they like free services, but they are always not concerned because it's free. But we deal every year with thousands of companies around the world, providing them services to help them to export goods, export services, export technologies. Research has shown that Canadian companies that are using the Trade Commissioner's Service are exporting 18% more in terms of value and are active in 36% more markets. So it means that even if we are a free service, we bring value. We bring value because we connect Canadian companies to local contacts. On a daily basis, you ask me what we do. We meet companies, local companies. We talk to them about what they need, what are their needs, what are their gaps into their supply chain. And then we turn to the Canadian companies that we know, that we find, and we bring them to the market. We bring opportunities to them. And that's the number one thing that Canadian companies value in our services is opportunities. We bring them opportunities. And then some companies will contact us and ask if our market is a good market for their goods, services, technology. So then we help them to assess if the market is right for them, if they would find good potential customers and local contacts that we would then identify and connect them with. So this is what we do. We work with small, medium, large companies. So it's not just one type of company. It's really all the companies. We work also with subsidiaries of foreign companies that have established in Canada. So that's why we have a very strong linkages also on investment attraction. Maybe Laura, you want to talk a bit more about what you do on investment attraction?
Sure. Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you, Jay. It's good to be here with everyone today. There's certainly something to note about the services we're doing both ways. Nicola talked about the services to Canadian companies, and at the same time, when we're making these connections with international companies, one question we're asking is, do you need inputs for your supply chains? And the other is, where are you operating? What do you need? How will the North American market serve you as you expand your international interests? And there we're providing a service to these international investors. And so again, it's a free service. We're helping investors navigate that can seem sometimes a bit complex in terms of the market in Canada. We're a big and amazing country in Canada, and there's a lot of friendly Canadians wanting to help investors at the federal level, across government departments, at the provincial and territorial level, and in municipal levels. And so a lot of what we're doing is helping companies navigate, find the right people they need to talk to, provide information they need on investment incentives, on our amazing talent that can serve their needs, on immigration programs if they need to ramp up really, really quickly and get their CEO so they can hire a bunch of Canadians in jobs. And yeah, I mean, it's a really collaborative approach that we have, and something that brings a lot of good job to Canadians and a lot of really incredible opportunities for international businesses to expand in North America. And I use that terminology because I'm in Oslo right now, and people usually think of the United States when you're in Norway. And it's a pretty easy conversation when you can start by saying, hey, you know what? We have a similar system to you in Canada. We have public education, we have public health care, and like a huge amount of our population lives right along the border with its incredible logistical advantages. And we have all of these free trade agreements between Canada and Norway and between Canada and the United States. So it's a really fast and cheaper way where everybody is getting more bang for their buck.
And it's a much easier place to do business than south of the border usually, where you have to protect yourself too. There. So, Laura, you're in Norway. Richard, you're in Germany. Nicola, in the Baltics. Maybe Richard, tell us a little bit about. I mean, we're here in Hanover. There are a ton of Canadian companies here, but also lots and lots of Canadian companies operating in Germany as well. What do you see in terms of Canadian interest?
Sure. I just wanted to close the loop on the Trade Commissioner Service. So just because I spent 2 weeks trying to clear a ship out that was stuck in port because of a market access issue. So market access and troubleshooting is something that Trade Commissioner does for companies that are in the market and need some advocacy. So that was one. And innovation. I think we kind of touched on innovation, but working to establish partnerships between Canadian early stage companies and startups with other countries. But yeah, I mean, as Nicolas said, so where do you start in terms of Canadian capabilities and how they relate to Hannover Messe? I guess one of the ways I explain to some of our clients is, okay, you look at the theme of Hannover Messe. I mean, the real underlying theme is decarbonizing the manufacturing process. So Canada has a lot of capabilities there, but what manufacturers are also looking for are a safer, a more secure production line, and more efficient. So if you kind of break that down, so cleaner, more secure, and more efficient, I'd say some of the capabilities that support those. Cleaner, obviously, we've got a great presence here this year. You've got a hydrogen pavilion that has a number of hydrogen technology companies from Canada exhibiting that. You've got carbon capture and utilization and storage is another strength of Canada. Yeah, I know I'm going to forget some, but EV batteries. We got e-mobility hall. So that's on the more on the clean side. Efficiency, some technologies will help with traceability, for example, which is important. Help make your supply chain more resilient. The cloud software. On the security side, of course, cyber security companies that can support that. And when you look at all three, they're all powered by artificial intelligence. Digitalization and things like quantum computing. So they're all underwritten by those great strengths that Canada has.
Super. And Nicola, in the Baltics, how many Canadian companies are now looking at the Baltic area as an area of opportunity? Of course, partnerships there don't mean you're only looking at the Baltics. It means you're also looking at all that part of northern central Europe too.
Thanks. I'll maybe take your question, but I'll just backtrack one step. So we used to cover the Baltics mostly from either from Poland or from other places. Given the importance of the region last fall, the government of Canada created that new senior trade commissioner position, which is me, to look after the Baltic. So we're building a team at the moment in the 3 Baltic countries. We have upgraded small offices that we had in Lithuania and Estonia to embassies, have appointed ambassadors. So we now have 3 embassies in the region. Yes, of course, it's in relation to the war in Ukraine. Defense is certainly a big area of what we are doing in the region. However, on the trade side, that's the reason we are building that trade team. What we see in terms of opportunities, it's articulated in around 3 main thematics. One, and I think I'll use a lot of what Richard has already mentioned, is around energy transition, energy security. A lot of the Baltic countries were still connected until last year to the Russian grid. Now they are deconnected to the Russian grid. Interconnection between the countries now is being built. A lot of those countries were relying on gas, if not shale oil. So they move into that energy transition. So everything that relates to hydrogen, to how to use renewable energy to produce hydrogen, to fuel the industries, for example, in Germany. Those are where Canadian companies, we see activities these days. Nuclear, SMR, it's another area in Estonia. And when you talk about SMRs, it's all that supply chain that comes with it that we're trying to develop. Second area that we see lots of interest is around cybersecurity. Cybersecurity applied to, I would say, the civilian side, but also to the military side. And that's one of the big trends we see at the moment in the region is a lot of companies that have dual use technologies. And if you look in the past, very often it was either you're a military company, you're a defense, or you're on the civilian side. Now we work more and more with Canadian companies that are looking at other applications that touches using AI, secure communication. So that's one area that we see lots of potential. And the last area, which is not the focus here, but of course is defense procurement. But in a lot of areas touches on lots of capabilities that we have in Canada around advanced manufacturing, photonic, IT, skill, software development, integration of different systems. So that's what we see at the moment in the Baltic.
You know, and the Baltics, as well as Poland, Germany, of course, and all the way through Central Europe, a lot of smaller companies in advanced manufacturing. I think that's I was saying, Nicola, just before COVID, I was participating or supposed to participate in a meeting in Lithuania to speak to a group of smaller advanced manufacturing companies who are very interested in partnering for exactly what you had mentioned before, an opportunity to work with Canadian companies because the Canadian companies were interested in acquiring the technology and they were interested in gaining a foothold in the American market. So it was a really nice partnership that they were looking for. And it's not just the Baltic countries, of course. I think that's a pretty standard story there. Laura, from last night at the opening ceremonies, Norway was the partner country. We heard a lot about sustainable energy, about electricity, about wind, and not as much about solar, but but also hydrogen and how important Norway is as a partner to Germany. But Norway is a pretty important partner for Canada too. Tell us a little bit about that relationship.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was noting to some people after the opening ceremony, hearing, Germany and Norway talking about all of these synergies that they have. It's actually a lot of synergies that Canada and Norway have as well. And so Norway, very much a lot of the opportunities are based around sustainability, energy transition, as well as blue economy. Norway has the second largest coastline in the world after Canada. Canada's number one, but Norway is the second one. And they've really taken that. And much like we're seeing energy transition kind of go across a lot of the different sectors and manufacturers. In Norway, you see that through the ocean economy. It goes through all of the sectors in a similar way. So Norway has the fourth largest shipping fleet in the world, or they're the owners of the fourth largest in the world. They're doing offshore wind, offshore oil and gas. Obviously, that's that they're very well known for. But also huge amounts of money is going in both from the government as well as from companies and investing in these alternative technologies, which includes solar, right? And there can be connections to the oil and gas platforms looking at ways they can use solar, right? Everyone's trying to be carbon neutral and meet 2050 goals. So we see a lot of opportunities for Canadian companies in trialing different technologies in some ways that you wouldn't necessarily have as much access to in Canada, but because they've developed the coastline and all of these industries, they're able to trial, technologies in aquaculture, technologies in solar, sometimes through these other applications, which is really, really interesting to see.
And, I think a part of the partnership, too, is being able to integrate Canadian technology into a bigger solution that it's not just a technology with one company and one country. It really is a partnership that we're seeing, and I think if you walk around the fair here, Richard, what you see are a lot of German robotics, a lot of German automation, a lot of German machinery. And then you actually understand that there's a lot of Canadian AI and Canadian software and Canadian interoperability systems incorporated in this. So I think that's one thing that really stood out for me this year, and really trying to identify where Canadian companies have a role to play at Hannover.
And we used to call this an advanced manufacturing show. You go a few years back, but now anytime we refer to this, it's advanced manufacturing technology show, because as you said, those machines need to be powered by something. They need to talk to each other. So Canada has a lot of capability. I mean, if you just think again, photonics and 5G. And again, you want to protect your manufacturing line, so you need some good, strong cybersecurity. So we've got some strengths in cryptology as well. So yeah, I mean, I think we. I guess what I was talking about one specific case of some of these large M&Es that would develop their own in-house capabilities on AI, for example. And as they're progressing, in the meantime, you'd have a small outfit in Canada that would surpass them. And so they say, oh, geez, okay, so now the 200 people that we have working for us are pretty much obsolete. So they're starting to look more and more at a lot of our younger, smaller companies to source their innovations. So that's something they're discovering more and more. And you look at, I mean, when you look at how PowerCo, a subsidiary of Volkswagen, picked Canada to invest $7 billion to develop their EV batteries in St. Thomas. I mean, they understand and they know that they're going to be well supported by innovation, by the talent that we have there, by the environment essentially. And so it's an element that we, as Canadians, are always modest about. But as soon as foreign companies are on the ground, they quickly realize that they get a lot of good innovation for a more reasonable price than, say, going to Silicon Valley, for example. So,
yeah, that's right. I mean, it's always the one of the real strengths of smaller companies with a particular area of expertise in technology. They can move so quickly. And really are areas of major interest for larger companies who frankly can't take the risk of doing the development somewhere on their own. And I think that's becoming more and more collaboration and open innovation is becoming more and more of a kind of a model of how manufacturing and advanced manufacturing actually operates. But it's also talking about collaboration. It's also really important with the trade service. Here too, I'm asking you questions about each of your specific territories that you're working in, but in reality, the Trade Commissioner Service is a really well integrated network itself, and you guys can call upon the resources of trade commissioners throughout Europe and throughout the world. And as a matter of fact, you're bringing companies here to Hanover or representing companies here. In your regions, but the opportunity is really an international opportunity, and that's the way you guys operate.
Absolutely, the Trade Commissioner Service has presence in 160 cities around the world, so it's really a global network. And one trend that we see more and more are Canadian companies working with, say, one company from the Baltic going to a third location. And that triangulation, and now to work on a project that is elsewhere, and then that's where our network is so powerful, is because we have people most probably also active in that city, in that country, where we can leverage an entire network to work on those projects. Partnership, I think it's one of the other area where we see things moving, where companies were before more and more just looking at export. Now it's more partnership. You can work with a large M&E or someone that is the same, similar size, going after other opportunities. I would say that the third trend that we have seen, and maybe collectively in our network, the US is still a very good market. 76% of our exports are going to the US, but more and more SMEs are no longer looking at the US as a first step for export, because they see that maybe opportunities are elsewhere. Elsewhere because of our free trade agreement, because of initiative like you're doing and other Scale AI or the digital cluster to bring smaller SME scale-ups into the market where opportunities are, not just to our most important market, which is the US, but to diversify. This is still very important today to go global.
You know, you're so right. And I think what we've seen too among Canadian companies, technology companies, and manufacturers is really a much more sophisticated approach to internationalization here. As we were setting up NGen, we were working with Statistics Canada and asked them to ask companies, 6,000 companies, ask them what sort of strategic benchmarking do they do, and like there weren't over 10% of Canadian companies that were doing any strategic benchmarking, but that's changed now. I mean, it's not only to see what the competition's doing, but it is to see where is the new business opportunity and where are the technology innovation partnerships. But it's also a brand new marketplace. And my previous discussion with Harold from Invest in Canada, like it wasn't so long ago that we'd be talking about why be interested in Canada? Well, trade agreements and all of the resources and everything else, and we still talk about that. But now it's also, well, this is the place to be for sustainable development, and resources, and this issue about sustainability, and you can see it right around Hannover too, as becoming really the forefront driving a lot of the advanced manufacturing as well. But very much the same in Norway. I mean, that was clearly the message last night, that sustainability is the top priority.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think what is fortunate, I think, about countries with a lot of expendable money like Norway is that they're putting it towards these types of technologies and transitioning industries within a sustainable way, and really investing. For example, Norway has the most EVs per capita in the world. And granted, it's not a big population. So, but that being said, they put huge investments into the infrastructure all the way up. And they've formed partnerships, including with a Canadian company, Couche-Tard Circle K. They've gone through and they used to have the most, kind of gas stations, and then they've transitioned. So now they have the most EV charging stations of any other company in Norway, right? So this is something a Canadian company is doing within that environment and is made available through the whole country. And another Canadian company, there's been 5 different gigafactories for battery recycling announced in Norway in the last few years. And one is, again, with a Canadian company, with Li-Cycle out of Ontario, and they're partnering with Morrow, who's here as well in the one of the Norwegian pavilions over in number 12. Like you say, Norway's a host this year, so I want to encourage all the Canadian companies to go over and meet with these. Some of them are quite large Norwegian companies. Others are smaller, but it's a unique opportunity to actually get and meet and talk to people either in their main hall in number 12, or they have a hydrogen pavilion in number 13, where they've been for many years. So hydrogen is another area where Norway has been working in for a long time, as well as companies from Canada like Ballard Fuel Cells. They have an office in Norway as well.
You talk about sustainability and the same thing, Richard, in Germany, in the Baltic, sustainability for a variety of reasons, but the geopolitical problems are driving a lot of this as well. And to pick up on your point, Laura, we've already got a lot of Canadian companies that are not necessarily exporting to Europe, but that are actually operating here, and that many people wouldn't necessarily think as a Canadian company because they're so well established in Europe. And Richard, maybe ask you if you look at in Germany, what are some of the Canadian companies that people would recognize that have well established operations here?
Well, you look at a company like CAE. So
Yeah.
obviously they make the aerospace flight
simulations
navigators, simulators, and so they have some operations in Germany as well. A number of software. So software companies, BlackBerry is here. Companies like OpenText and CGI and some of them. So. But more and more, even I haven't been here that long. I've been here a little under 3 years. But you know, when you talked about the model of acquisition, acquisition / partnership. You know, I go back to a company that does traceability, and so you know the Germans were very interested in it because you'd have car makers that would promise their end users, they promise the drivers that by say 2030 our Mercedes will be 100% green steel. Okay, so how do you prove that? And they don't have, again, because we know they're behind on digitization, so you need some of those Canadian capabilities. And so a good, I don't want to start name dropping too much, but a good Canadian Quebec company that went and partnered / acquired an operation in here in Germany. So I mean that's definitely one of the good ways to enter the market. Otherwise, I mean, you've got companies like Pratt & Whitney Canada, for example, have a presence here. I think I mentioned BlackBerry. Yeah, I'll stick. I mean, those are the household names that we're familiar with. I'll stick to that.
Yeah, you know, and when you talk about companies like Optel and here and Li-Cycle, we know them so well because they're all project partners with NGen, but they really do have amazing capabilities. And Nicola, coming back to not so much the Canadian companies operating the Baltics, but this issue of cybersecurity and how important the security aspects are, like especially in. We often associate cybersecurity with digital systems, with computing systems, but now, of course, when you're a manufacturer and these are embedded operating systems in your production system, or you've got smart products that someone can easily hijack as well. These are the security concerns are really much broader than just computer and hacking here. So maybe just talking about on cybersecurity, what are some of the key priorities in that area that you're seeing especially in the Baltics, but also in across Europe, because the security concerns here are much higher than at home.
Yeah, I think you've named most of them into the manufacturing space. I think the data protection is also a very big issue in countries like Lithuania. Fintech sector is very important. Lots of payment solutions going into all sorts of different applications. So cybersecurity into that area is also I think paramount. What we've seen is a number of startups developing their own technologies. Companies like CGI has a very strong presence in the Baltic, in the three Baltics. We did an event on cybersecurity 2 weeks ago. We had companies like BlackBerry, we had OpenText, all leading companies into the cyberspace coming to provide what they bring to that equation. Maybe we don't have a very strong presence of Canadian companies because they are all in Poland, in Germany, or in the Scandinavian countries, but we have that proximity. And that, I think, is an important element. You maybe don't need to be in the market to bring your solution. What is important is to connect to the right people.
Absolutely. So the sun is almost over the yard arm here, and I think that we might have some refreshments waiting around the corner. But let me ask you, each one of you, just a few closing remarks about doing business in Norway, in Germany, and in the Baltics, or just in Europe in general? What are some key pieces of advice for companies looking at coming to Hanover next year as well? Laura, start.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I mean, I think, and maybe some of these are similar things you'll find in other markets, but some parts of the Norwegian economy where we do see opportunities are also very mature, very competitive. While Norway's not a member of the EU, they align the majority of their trade policy and they act as if they were, and they do a huge amount of business with EU, with the UK, with China as well. So they have these mature, competitive markets, right? Whether you're talking about energy, whether you're talking about finance, whether you're talking about ocean technologies, logistics, it can take a while to get in. So I think it's worthwhile to do your homework. Again, that's not new for anybody. And also to come in person, have these meetings, make these connections. And so the one event that I'll mention as well, in August, there's an event called ONS, Offshore Northern Seas. It used to be an oil and gas conference, but as with a lot of things transitioning, it's now an energy conference, and including they have a zero carbon markets session, and it's a 50th anniversary conference as well. So this conference came together almost shortly after Norway kind of discovered the offshore oil and gas industry, and it comes only every 2 years, and there's going to be quite a large presence that's taking place in August. So if anybody wants more information about ONS, please come and see me.
And what's the best way to contact you? Then,
sure, you can email me, or you can reach out to me on LinkedIn, or just come and say hi. I'll give you my card, although I feel like I need just a QR card. A lot of times in Norway, because they're very environmentally conscious, the businesses there largely don't have business cards anymore. You get either people have a wooden one with a QR code they have you scan, or they just pull up on their phone to connect with you. So I'll do my best to emulate some of those practices for those so inclined.
Thanks, Laura. Richard.
Well, just to touch on the importance of being present in the market, you can't do business from abroad, so you have to be here. You have to talk to potential clients, understand what their needs are, what their challenges are, so you can sometimes tweak your products, and use a trade commissioner service. I mean, you through the regional office in Canada, you could gain a bit more information and some intelligence on what the trends are in the markets, the level of competitiveness, for example. If it's already saturated, you might want to try something else. So certainly tap into the experience and the expertise of those people that are on the ground and that know where the opportunities are. That's my big.
And Nicola.
Not to repeat everything that Laura has said, because there's a lot of similarities to some extent of what's happening in Scandinavia and in the Baltics. The three Baltics is a rather small market. Let's face it, it's about 6 million people, the three countries. However, extremely dynamic. Highest per capita of startups and unicorn in Europe is from Estonia. Okay, so innovation is one of the key driver into I think ways of we can connect with the countries. Like I mentioned, small markets, but also very mobile. We have 3 separate delegations, one from each countries that are attending events like Hannover this year. But you can say the same to all major trade shows in Europe. So the first, yes, you need to do your homework to select and all that, but go and reach out to Baltic delegations attending those events, whatever is your interests and your vertical. Then for us, we will be able to support. We're growing the team. Like I mentioned, I was the first one. Now we are recruiting trade commissioners. So we'll have trade commissioners in the 3 Baltic countries, which will help also to continue to tap on those opportunities. We're just about to publish on our website sectoral studies on all the key sectors that I've mentioned: defense procurement, energy transition, clean tech, and IT and innovation. So within those sectoral profiles, you will really have more details on what are the market opportunities. But also, like Laura mentioned, come and talk to me. I think is the best way to move forward.
That's good advice. And it's well, certainly look out for the profiles. But I think the other the other thing to be that is really important to stress, same thing here, and it goes back to do your homework, but it is also have a clear idea of where you're going as a business, and maybe sometimes a smaller, a good relationship in a small market is exactly what you need for that stage of the business that you're in, and that would certainly be my advice for a company coming from Europe to North America and thinking that they're going to all of a sudden, grow like anything in the North American market. First thing is, well, there is no one North American market, and there's no one Canadian market. But really know your own business before you start out, and there too. But listen, thank you also so very much. I know that we've got lots of your colleagues around Hannover and right around the world who are supporting Canadian companies every day. So first of all, thanks for the partnership. But second, it's just such a pleasure to be able to talk to you guys and hear a little bit about what you're doing. Europe's a pretty exciting place right now. So thanks a lot. And thanks for coming into the cabin.
Thank you.
Thank you.